you know.
Oh, it's bad for me. It's bad for me. This knowledge that you're going mad for me. I feel certain my friends would be glad for me, but it's bad for me.
It's so good for you, so new for you, to see someone in such a stew for you. And when I say I do all I could for you, it's so good for you.
It's bad for me. I fell till you whispered to me, completely left on the shelf. But since you started to move me, I'm just crazy about myself.
It's a boon for you, a break for you, to hear that my heart's on the make for you. Yet no matter however appealing, I still have a feeling it's bad for me.
I fell till you whispered to me, completely left on the shelf. But since you started to me, I'm just crazy about myself.
It's a boon for you, a break for you, to hear that my heart's on the make for you.
Yet no matter however appealing, I still have the feeling it's bad for me.
We have Red Refinery saying aye. Nice. What's up? What up, Nikki? It's been a while. Nice, man. Yeah, you're having a good day out there. I gotta finish this arm. I'm gonna go back to game dev stuff. I need to finish this, painting this army, and I still have like a shitload to go. So, oh man, I changed my name. I changed my name. I hope you remember. I hoped you'd remember, or you hope I remember. I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah, once you leave my eyesight and come back into the room, I've already forgotten who you are. So, just to be clear on that. Once you've left my eyesight and you come back in, I already don't know who you are. So, no hard feelings, that's just how I go, you know. Alrighty. What the? I'm so tired of painting Croots. It's unbelievable. I'm still painting them. I stopped doing everything else in life to finish this army, and it's still going like It takes about 12 hours to paint one of these fully. And I'm like, how? What the?
Them that's got shall get, them that's not shall lose. So the Bible said, and it still is true. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. Yes, the strong gets more, while the
Oh,
weak ones
okay. I need to set myself up here. I don't want to be off screening this.
ever
Um,
make the grave. Mama
I need to.
Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. Money, you got lots of friends crowding round the door. When you're gone and spending it, they don't come no more. Rich relations give first to friend and such. You can help yourself, but don't take too much. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. He just don't worry about nothing, 'cause he's got his own.
Just walking in the rain, getting soaking wet, torture in my heart. I try to forget, just walking in the rain, so alone and blue. All because my heart still remembers you. People come to window, they always stare at me, shake their heads in sorrow, saying, who can that fool be? Just walking in the rain, thinking how we met, knowing things could change. Somehow I can't forget. Just walking in the rain, walking in the rain. Walking in the rain, just walking in the rain all day. People come to their window, they always stare at me, walking in the rain, thinking how we've met, knowing things
What is the background music? It's like a it's from BioShock, I think. BioShock-esque. This is the last crew. This is the last crew. After this, we're done with crews. Hopefully, I'm just tired of painting crews. There's a part, and then I had to restart. I had to restart my other units, which I kind of regret now. I probably could have just touched them up, but here we are. It's just, even with how much I've been paying, like, it's taking me. I thought honestly I could 2 weeks for the whole army if I had switched over to just doing nothing but painting, and that's what I've been doing mostly. And it's gonna take me about a good month, maybe more, at the rate this is going. So, which is kind of depressing, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Man, that seam line is so fucking insane. Jesus. Ugh.
Papa loves mambo. Mama loves mambo. Look at him sway with it, getting so gay with it, shout no lay with it, wow. Papa loves mambo. Papa loves mambo. Mama loves mambo. Mama loves mambo. Papa is great with it, swings like a gate with it.
It takes like 4 times the amount of my microphone is working. It takes like 4 times the amount of effort to take care of seam lines after you've primed and painted stuff. Now you're gonna have to redo it like it's gonna take 4 times as long as if I had caught it in the beginning. Also, to be fair, in my defense, like some of these seam lines right here are horrific. Like I have to carefully scrape off his forehead without deforming it because it's so pronounced. So kind of super duper annoying. But that's just how the world is or was. I don't know. Maybe the models are better now. We did buy these back when we were in high school, so we're just now swinging back around to finishing things from a million years ago. So as most most projects don't get finished at all, but at least we're. And I say we, but I mean by we I mean me. But I just thought, I need to like just finish this, and it needs to be behind me in life. I need to like finish the thing. But here we are.
He goes left, she goes right.
Papa's looking for Mama, but Mama is nowhere in sight.
Papa loves mambo.
Papa loves Mambo.
Mama loves mambo.
Mama loves Mambo.
Having their fling again, younger than spring again, feeling that sing again, wow.
Papa loves Mambo.
Mambo, mama,
Mama loves Mambo.
mambo, mama, don't get a rumba, don't get a samba. Papa loves the mambo tonight.
Give me a kiss to build a dream on, and my imagination will thrive upon that kiss. Sweetheart, I ask no more than this, a kiss to build a dream on. Give me a kiss before you leave me, and my imagination will feed my hungry heart. Leave me one thing before we part, a kiss to build a dream on. I'm alone with my fancies. I'll be with you glimpse, but just a moment, and my imagination will make that moment live. Give me what you alone can give. A kiss of the very dream. I'm alone with my fancies, I'll be with you. Even romances.
You sure oil so what the what the just think of it as I'm not streaming but I am streaming. Think of it like that.
Make that moment live. Oh, give me what you alone.
I just gotta get through this army. I need to get through this army. I don't care. Like I'm just think of it as like I'm not streaming right now. But if you want to watch, you can watch. But I'm not in stream mode. It's on. We gotta get through this army so I can like just have this be finished and behind me.
You are the one,
What the?
only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day.
say that love's a word we've only heard, but can't begin to know the meaning of. And yet, we're not too young to know this love will last, though years may go. And then someday they may recall we were not too young at all. This love will last, though years may go. And then someday they may recall we were not too young at all.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire, honey. I love you too much. I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do it.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Put your head on my shoulder. Hold me in your arms, baby. Squeeze me oh so tight. Show me that you love me too. Put your lips next to mine, dear. Won't you kiss me once, baby? Just a kiss goodnight, maybe. You and I will fall in love. People say that love's a game you just can't win. If there's a way, I'll find it someday, and then this will rush in. Put your head on my shoulder, whisper in my ear, baby, words I want to hear. Tell me that you love me too. Put your head on my shoulder, whisper in my ear, baby, words I want to hear, baby. Put your head on my shoulder.
Let me let the dog in real quick. Let me let the dog in. I feel like does this need to be closer still? I still feel like it's. I feel like I keep sliding out of frame. Yeah. Let me let the dog in real quick. What the?
I see them blue for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying how do you do. They're really saying I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will you do? Maybe you'll sit and decide, wishing that I were here. Maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe you'll think of me when you are all alone. Maybe the one who is waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will I do? Maybe you'll sit inside, wishing that I were near. Then maybe you'll ask me to come back again. And maybe I'll say maybe.
really good. What brand of brushes? It says XDT on it. 0-/4. Art Supply 725. Whatever XDT, that's the only thing that sounds like it's a company name on it. You can make... You just need soft bristles. It can always chip off a few bristles to make it a thinner brush. You can always, you know, chop it down a little bit. You gotta be kind of careful, but as long as they're soft ones, you can modify brushes. This one is not. This one came like that. This is a pretty small one, but I'm being very meticulous with this. Finally. some straight from the bed to the straight from the bed to the table. True. True, true, true. Yeah, I didn't, I'm like almost treating it as like, I might as well stream while I paint this because otherwise I'm not, streaming. But, yeah, it's a non-stream stream. I just need to get this army done. I do enjoy, it's just so much, like, I need to finish this so I can just go back to working on my game full, like, with all the free time. If I split myself too much, I just can't get stuff done. It was a really bad idea to take on so many projects. This is the last Kroot though. No more of these spiky hair guys. No more of these. You can delete your live stream schedule. You can delete your live stream schedule in the description. Oh yeah, well I had the fullest intention of following through with that, but then things changed. I'm just too lazy to go in, I need to just write lies above that, and then people will know that that's fake news. Understand I'm so discouraged that I don't even want to make little videos. But you just sold that painting. You shouldn't be discouraged. What the? There's nothing worse than earning money and spending 98 of it on overdue bills. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Does suck. It does suck when that happens. Almost just excited to get these guys done so I can like I'm actually looking forward to painting the other guys. I'm just so tired of painting these guys. You know? That Brazilian 3D modeler I told you about, I think he'll send you some models to paint if you want. Oh, no, I'm good. I want to be done right now with this. I still got WarHammer stuff to paint that's my own, so... You showed me, I want to see you paint that tank. Oh, the tank. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I have no idea how to approach painting a large vehicle like that. That's gonna be rough. Search YouTube for the Alien 4 diorama. The one with a woman swimming away from the alien underwater. Now YouTube only recommends dioramas to me. There was like this really cool one I saw. It was it wasn't like painted, but it was a bunch of aliens in action poses, like doing the kind of like in a scene. There's like 40 of them. I think I saw it on Instagram. I'm not really sure who, I forget like who did it or what that was for, but it was like just the way that the color of like dark clay. It looked really epic because it kind of looked like I don't know how to describe it, but it was very cool. I can see it being on like a table somewhere, some rich guy's house or something. Like in the middle of like a giant living room or something. Some of them are very cool, yeah. Yeah, I've seen some alien stuff that's very... Like I said, I really like those dioramas where things aren't like explicitly like things aren't colored in. It's just like this black and white one. don't know why I like it so much. I'm not going to bother anyone who works with this. I think I would make historical dioramas. It would be epic to recreate a section of the Wall of Constantinople. Yeah, I mean, historical stuff is really cool too. I think I'd like I like World War II era technology, but I'm like kind of tired of World War II. I think it'd be cool if it was like if someone made like dioramas of like alternate World War II kind of just a technological era. That radio propeller plane kind of era was like very cool because it wasn't, you weren't getting zapped. You know what? It was like more. I don't know. It was an interesting technological period. But just I'd like that era with maybe even like early '60s with like the retro computers and stuff. I'm just so tired of World War. Like I just when I any game that comes out, if it's like World War II, I just don't care because I've already like I can only storm the beaches of Normandy so many times. It would be incredible to recreate the Paris gun from World War One. The German. Are you talking about like the German the big cannon they got that you see all the time in books and stuff? That thing was pretty gnarly. I just that's pretty crazy that they had that. The fact that like physics. They worked the physics out for that to work without like I just imagine like if you fire a gun like that, like something like would on the machine with that much complexity, like every time you fire that gun, something breaks and you have to like go fix it. I just can't imagine that it could fire more than twice in a row without like something going wrong. Also known as the block. Oh, because it would take out blocks. Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, but I mean I get it. Like right, like. Isn't that like if you were playing an RTS, would not if you had that technological research tree, would that not be what you shoot for right away? It's kind of like when I played Ages of Empires, and I like as soon as I would just try to rush Castle Age and start building those longbowmen with the British, and then just get teched up enough to where like You just crush everyone because they can't hit you. I love like long ranged unit kind of stuff. Although my overall philosophy, like I've always been like, you know, a player that would want like elite units that don't die. Now I've kind of switched my overall like RTS kind of interest towards more like death trap strategies where I just throw waves of enemies and like I've done the elite soldier strategy so many times that like I've kind of moved on to a more of a try and like orc death strategy kind of. But most games handle it terribly. Like if you play like that, you just lose all your units, and then they don't lose their units, and you just die. That's the only issue with that. Jipochi says, "There, where? Do you mean here or do you mean there?" What the? Apparently there were 12 shooting. There were 12 shooting every 12 minutes. There were 12 shooting every 12 minutes. I don't get it. You mean like there were 12 cannons shooting once every 12 minutes, or there were 12 shots? Like a shot per minute? The shooting... whatever. I mean, anything... Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty gnarly. One shot every 12 minutes? That makes sense. Your light to be blocking your face though? Yeah, there's no... Yeah. I feel like I kind of have to have it like this though, right? I feel like I gotta have it like that, because otherwise... There's just no way around that. Very interesting, the gas propulsion system was brilliant. Oh, that it was a project to wipe London off the map. The largest 100% mechanical missile launcher in history. Shine your light. Let me try. This music isn't. I need like a little bit more of a chill music vibe. Be right back, guys. Give me one second. I will do my daily workout, be right back. Oh, really nice. If that weapon has been ready in time, there would have been a rain of missiles in London every half an hour. That would suck for them. Nowadays, technology of small lamps has improved a lot. It must be cool to create a diorama that is both a decorative piece and a light source. I do like the dioramas with like lights in there. Those are very neat. Julio, welcome. Julio, what's going on? Guys, I figured something out today. I figured it out. I was watching a video tutorial about painting miniature models, and this guy was going on about how I just couldn't believe it, but because I could never the only way I could control gradients going from, like, let's say, like dark green to like a light green on a surface with paint is to have like a bowl of paint that is a color, and then you slowly add white or yellow depending on whether you want it to be like a vibrant or kind of not, until you get to like a light green, and then you slowly add, and then you slowly go, and then you build up a gradient. So I watched this video where this guy was talking about opacity, which is like just using, like, let's say, sort of more harsh, like, let's say yellow green and then blending them together with opacity, with just like a bright yellow, but you just like water it down. But every time I've done that in the past, you get these like the way coffee dries in a countertop kind of look to it. And so I finally figured it out. You have to do that, but then also you have to get rid of like all the paint on that brush almost. There has to be like barely anything on there, so that the way it lays down, and then it's still like, it's not a fast process. You still have to be like ready to spend like a gajillion years doing it, but you can have like absolutely insane results in terms of like the quality of the shading, and like if you're ready to put in time, you can get crazy results, but like the golden demon kind of results. But it's gonna be a little bit. You're gonna put in hours. But I couldn't like figure it out, because I thought you just had to just slowly make adjustments to your pot, to your like pot where you're like building up the thing, but I was wrong. You can do it with, you can do it this way too, but it's, you gotta like not, you can't have a blotch of paint on your brush. It has to be like barely anything on there. Without a doubt, color contamination on the brush is very real. My teacher paints with 10 brushes. That's not so much that I don't mind actually the color contamination, because like in real life you don't have perfect colors. Like I don't obsess over that too much. If I get like a tiny bit of something on something, like real life doesn't look, there's shades of everything everywhere. If you are looking at it like a really high level photo, you just see greens and yellows and blues like in the middle. You know, if you look at a grass field and you zoom in, so that stuff doesn't like bother me. It's more of a, it's more of like the gradient going from, like if I want to have a smooth like light hit the shoulder, but then I want it to taper off into darkness without it being like the transition being all sloppy and blotchy, right? Like I want it to look nice. Well, it's very hard to achieve if you don't know how. And I just like I figured it out not too long ago by watching a video. And I still couldn't do it for a while until like put no eyeball on there. Put no eyeball on there. They're pretty nail polished, true. And I kind of use my nail to see how the paint is laying down, and that gives me a pretty good idea of like the consistency. But yeah. This turn is going pretty well. I think this is going pretty well. The nail polish, not the paint on the model. But yeah. I just want to slam through this army and just get this done. And just be done with it. The other issue is that as I've gotten better at painting, these models are taking longer and longer to do because I keep knowing how to do it better. So it's like, well, and usually the correlation of better is more time to execute. That's the big issue. Cannot wait to have this done. Like, cannot wait. That blending stuff you mentioned earlier sounds cool. Yeah, so it's very deceptive because you naturally would think that, I don't know, it just doesn't make, like, I was one step away from making it good. I was very close to doing it right? Like, I was very close, but I didn't fully understand that it's the dryness level, it's the, like, it's so many factors to get the paint to lay down correctly. It's like, let me turn off that light to kind of, well, it's weird how the camera picks everything back better up. Like, this is what it looks like in real life, or like not that dark, but that kind of gives you a better idea of what it actually looks like. And once the light turns on, it like looks worse just because of like how just because the light kind of just blows it out, you know. Let me turn that back on so I can see. It's just a constant fight with the light too. It's either I can't see or you guys can't see. It's like, it's one of those. That's the choice. Um Okay, so napkin. Oh, man, still too much. Like, you can't have, you basically you have to have it like gone off the brush enough to where it's almost you can't have it be enough on the brush that it pulls up at all, because if it pulls up, you get that coffee stain dry. You know, if you get some coffee on your countertop, it dries like that. Like, that's how it's going to dry, and it's not going to look nice. If you want a flat lay down that is smooth, and you get that gradient transition, well, that will require not only that the consistency of the paint is right, but that there's not too much on the brush. It's kind of crazy how much my thinking on this matter has evolved. Like, and once you understand, it's not really that complicated. Like, the level of complicated is not that much, it's just more like you do have to understand. You just got a superpower? True, true, true. What in the world? You've been live for a minute. This one should be pink. This one should be pink. Violin solo. Runner Bean says, hi gang. Hey Runner Bean. What's going on? My favorite scientist. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just straight stream just painting models until I get this done. Like this army's done, and then we're moving on to other things. But I just like I said, I don't want to switch gears until I officially am done with it. How far along are we with this army? Okay, so this is Unit 12. And then this is Unit 12. There's a couple more recruits that need to be touched up. Then we're done with the recruits. Then there's 12 more irregular infantry, like they're normal guys with riflemen. But I think I can smash out 1 unit per day. If I don't do 3 to 4 hours, if I just do all day, until I'm done. Coolio 24-hour stream? No, not like that. Not like that. I just mean when I stream. Or like I'm basically doing only painting models until like they're done in terms of like projects. Just because I just need this to be done. Just kidding. But yeah, so it will be miniature painting streams until you finish. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Does your friend know this will be done soon. Keith, I don't know what I don't know. I've already told him like a million times I was gonna get it done, and I just didn't get it done. Because it's when you like. Here's the problem: is that when you like when I had this project while I had the regular job, right? And you run into this issue where you have your 2 days off, right, a week, and you put, let's say, 3 or 4 hours on your weekend a day. So 8 hours, let's say, in your 2 days off, and you're like tired, right? Because you're like, you wanted to have time to yourself, and like in those 8 hours, you've maybe did like 2% of the army, like, and it's like, so you do the math, and you're like, okay, so this is gonna take whatever, if it's 2% every week, right? However many weeks, it becomes like this thing where you're like, dude, there's no way I can get this done, or you know. Or at least, like, to the standard that... I don't know how people get this stuff. Like, when you see those videos of people doing, like, oh, I painted an army this week, and I'm like, dude, you lying person. Like, you know, I don't know. I think you mentioned there are 3 pieces more. Or 30, no. 3 pieces of the crews. Three crew pieces. It's just rolling. Almost done, I see. This guy is not almost done. This guy's not almost done. He's still kind of in the not beginning phases, but he's less done than he looks. At least to my eye. There's still plenty of like little stuff to paint on this guy. Blind person. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you grab the airbrush and you just don't care, or I don't know. Their stuff looked good. I guess I'm painting wrong somehow. Overwatch was added to Fortnite. Wait. Overwatch? Like, so like the map and weapons are all Overwatch inspired? Are you saying Overwatch, the Blizzard Entertainment one? The Blizzard Overwatch, or? I never played that one, really. I don't know too much about Overwatch. How's old Mark? Futural says 35. What the? That's not possible. I've been skipping streaming. I was watching Mark Borg's undraped videos. Undraped? Undraped. I've always liked his painting. Oh. Mark, how's the old Mark? It's amazing how much art world has changed in 20 years. The internet has transformed the landscape. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Slipknot fan, what's up? Those soldiers I sent pics of look pretty cool for us. Yeah, you don't have to buy them for. I appreciate. Yeah, you don't have to buy them for me. Can you show the whole Tau army? No, because I'd have to go bring him here and stuff. It'll take quite a bit of that would take quite a bit of what I don't want to be doing right now. Is moving a bunch of stuff everywhere. Saw a video of 90s US students being asked what their favorite movies were. Their choices were unusual, since every movie except one for one were also made in the 90s. Let me know what you think. The movies were Titanic, Office Space, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, Half-Baked, Varsity Blues, She's All That, Trainspotting, Basketball, American History X, Full Metal Jacket, Ganja Vanilla. This was my movie question I asked on another stream from yesterday. Yeah. Whoever makes those little guys is Rish. Oh yeah. They definitely cost a lot of money, that's for sure. It wasn't always like that. Well, I was told it wasn't, but I guess it's slowly become like this kind of... It's slowly become kind of an expensive hobby. Not that it's really that expensive. There's ways to make it like not expensive, but it is kind of... At the rate that I paint, it's not expensive just because... I've been watching some Hirobi walkthroughs. Oh yeah? Sometimes I've been watching videos of people do run like a... What do you call it? Like a... The people that do like they finish the game as speedruns. And they'll be like, oh, this is the fastest like speedrun ever. I forget like what the time was, but it was like Diablo 2, and I'm like, what? How's that even like, you know what I mean? Like that took me months and months to beat that game. It felt like I spent like a lifetime playing Diablo 2 before I beat it. Speedruns, yeah. Well, just to like see, I'm like, are they really beating the game? Or are they like finding, because a lot of times they find like glitches, right? Or it's sort of like, it's like accepted that like if you find some exploit to move faster or something. But Diablo 2 wasn't like that, really. It was about, a lot of it was like luck, because you needed to, in order to have a chance of doing like a really fast speedrun, you needed to get lucky on your drops. Like you needed certain things to drop in order to, and you needed to know, you just needed to know things. There's a new game out called Directive 8020. It's pretty good. Any chance you'll do a playthrough of it? Directive 8020? Probably not. Just because I'm trying to clear things off my table as far as like things I need to Directive 8020. I'm trying to finish and move on with stuff. It looks drama survival horror game. I just see a picture of one person. Looks like people on, looks like Dead Space, but like Dead Spacey, but more like a chill vibes, maybe. Well, I guess there's some zombies, right? I'm trying to... I don't think I'm gonna play this. I'll be honest, it looks very story driven. Looks like there's gonna be a lot of walking, a lot of like emotional scenes. And stuff like that. I'm just... It looks like a game I won't finish. Like, it looks like the kind of game... It looks just like the kind of game that I'll sort of get interested in, and then like halfway through I'm like, yeah, I just don't care. I think Directive 8020 doesn't take that long though. Full Metal Jacket is iconic. I did like Full Metal Jacket. I did like that movie a lot. That was a good time. I like to draw live since birth. Oh, that's my Instagram bio. How long have you been painting this one for? I want to say this one was already had. I don't know. Well, today, like this one was pretty empty when I started today, so however many hours, 2.5 plus primer plus it's probably 4 hours like altogether. It's kind of hard to say sometimes because once I get the recruits done, I'm gonna post the results, the 12 recruits on the Discord. Jen has lots of meetings. She sure does. I thought Furrow's already removed no commissions part. Yeah, but the other things came up. The other things came up. Yes, I don't think people were like I don't think there was a bunch of people waiting to do commissions or whatever. Like if I wanted to do commissions, like it would have been I would have announced it on the in the stories or something. The other thing too is that I still don't know how to get around the address issue. I don't really necessarily want to get my address out to like 1,000 people, so I don't know how people ship stuff out without that. Like, Rerun says get a PO box. That's the other thing though. Is a PO box will cost money, and then I would have to commit to making money to like pay for it. And that's. I don't think there is a problem with you including an address for paying customers. I don't think there's a problem with you including your address for paying customers. What if they're crazy people who want to murder me secretly? I'm just right, like. I don't know. The problem is I don't think it would be an issue if I was just an artist, but because I stream and then when you stream you say things and then like things can get misinterpreted and stuff like that, and now you have like an enemy that has your address that maybe they won't do it, but they'll sell the address or something, right? Like it just adds a layer of complexity that I don't necessarily want to have. So. Just kill. True. If they come to my house, I can just kill them. Like if I can just out kill them, then that's not a problem. Yeah, you're right. True. Why didn't I think of that? I don't try to stop invaders, I welcome them. True. You don't have to build walls if you're the Spartans, right? Seriously, you're an artist? You're a nice guy? Not a toxic or inflammatory person? There's no reason to be afraid? It's... Some people will just see you and decide you're the enemy for... Like, it's not... You know what I mean? Like, because you're breathing and you exist, it could become an issue. Like, if you scale the problem... Like, obviously I'm in no danger. I don't have, like, the audience for it. But I'm saying... If you scale the you existing to enough people, one of them is going to be like, you know what? I'm going to make my life's project making this person's life worse, just because. So it's not always because you're gonna, you know, it has nothing to do with you sometimes. I just remembered the apple and pear sorbet I had in France. You've been to France? I've never been to France. What the? I want to go to France. Slipknot fan, you never told me you've been to France. Was it good? Is it worth going to France just for that? I believe I've been using the internet since 1998. I've seen a lot of crazy things. I've even had a teacher who had 15,000 enemies, but in your case, I think it's unlikely. Some crazy person is trying to get you. No, well, I'm not saying there is a crazy person trying to get me. I'm just saying that if you, it's just more of a scaling issue. That given enough, if there's just enough people. I don't know. I say always stay paranoid. Always stay paranoid. That art dealer I told you about, he recommends that you invite people to visit your studio, Lil. Oh well, I think that's a good idea because like you're building a story for them, right? Like you're connecting them. See, that's different because if it's an artist, like let's say it's an artist you like, I don't know, like you already like them kind of thing, and they're not. I don't know. I feel like that's different. And your studio isn't your house. You don't sleep at your studio. That's the other thing, right? Like it's one thing if they start sending mail to your studio, like you just throw it in the trash behind the building, right? The sorbet was incredible. It had I had at the hotel. Also, the raspberry sorbet at Disneyland was phenomenal. I've never heard raspberry sorbet. I need to try this. I wish we had like French things like that. Are you a foodie? Because you bring up food a lot. I'm starting to think you're a foodie. You are an enjoyer of food for pleasure. For me, it's purely a mechanical need to survive. I don't. That's not true. Unless I drink Red Bulls. Which I almost never do until I do. Poor Slip is a food maniac. Yeah. I think it's good to kind of not make food your hobby because you have to do it every day anyway, but you seem like you enjoy life in that you seem like you enjoy the like trying the new burger. I never do that ever. I just wake up and then sometimes I'll just start drinking coffee in the morning until I start shaking because I don't have any food in my stomach. And then maybe I'll grab something I may have left over in the air fryer and eat that and then go back to working. And then eat around like middle of the day eventually. Like actually cook food. It's very like I don't even know how to describe my I'm a foodie on a budget. Well, yeah. Aren't we all? Aren't we all these days? I think just being someone who eats food is like kind of an accomplishment, let alone enjoying food. That kind of coffee drink gives me adrenaline. Bro, I love coffee so much that hard to even I don't even want to go into it. It's disgusting. I think I need to change the angle. I think my camera angle needs to change. Because you know what I don't like is that you guys can't see the brush. You guys are seeing me not paint is what you're seeing because I'm at a wrong angle. And you need to see the brush hit the figure is what I think that's the juice, right, of the show. That's what keeps you coming back. And if you're not seeing the brush hit the figure, it's like, what are you even watching when it's like when I'm painting over here somewhere, right? So I think that's a little bit better of an angle right there. I don't even know why I didn't think of that until just now. Kind of embarrassing. Kind of speaking that's my favorite thing is like in the morning, like gulping down half a cup of really strong coffee and then sitting down really fast and playing a video game, like getting that first dopamine hit. Do they serve coffee in school cafeterias in America? No, but you can get sugary drinks, like, you know, that has caffeine in it. But no, but you can't. I'm trying to I don't no, there was no coffee. That would be too crazy. Coffee is definitely for like I was trying to think of a joke of like because we do like coffee here. To be fair though, like a lot like at least in the Midwest, the coffee culture is strong in the sense that you have it everywhere and you need to be drinking it all the time. But it's kind of like on the lower quality side. Like a lot of the it's just not like super I feel like Europeans take their coffee a little bit more seriously. And then like we like for how much we like coffee, I guess it's very like well, down to business with the coffee. Like you're just drinking it because you need to keep going to because you need to pull your 16-hour shift at the factory, right? Like it's not for you to enjoy. It's there to like keep you limping along. I'm just kidding. I just think like you guys. I feel like there's more of that culture of like doing the swirls and making it taste good and stuff. If you get milk in your coffee, that's already kind of like a big whoa. They did serve it over here. I drank it when I was 10 years old. I don't think my parents didn't let me drink coffee when I was 10 years old. I don't think kids can drink coffee. Yeah, my parents. No, my mom did let me have coffee when I was a little kid, but it was like, here, have a sip of coffee. It wasn't like you can drink coffee now, kind of a thing. It was milk. Okay, gotcha. It was like a diluted, yeah. Augustus says, I love making best homemade food possible. I put freshly chopped onion, garlic, and everything. Lots of natural seasonings. It's great. Nothing better than eating a good, well-prepared homemade meal. You know, that's true. But you have to prepare it, and then do the dishwashing, and like, it's the whole package. It's like, if I could just have it be here, and I eat it, and then this, you know, someone else carries off to. So, if it was like reasonable, but if I were to like go all in and like cook a meal for myself and do all this stuff you're talking about, I would have, it would be. I would have to commit to a weekend, or like, you know, it would be a big commitment, basically. I know some people are thinking, no, it's not, but it is, because if you don't cook all the time, you're going to be slow and bad at it. You're gaining more kg if you eat king. Oh, true. No, you will. Yeah, no, I agree, Jacochi. You're not wrong. I'm not worried about it. I'm just not worried about it. It's whatever. He would love to be famous right now, making TikTok, doing podcasts, making ASMR videos. Annoying Orange? Oh, that guy. I remember that guy. That was such a different era of YouTube, it's not even funny. Like, that was... Annoying Orange is like, well, I was like in high school, maybe? I mean... It's kind of crazy how... I still think that that's a thing, but it's 20 years ago. The Annoying Orange. It was like before AI existed. Like, that was the annoying whatever before AI existed, and you could just push that kind of stuff out. I have to create so many shades of green, it's unbelievable. $20 ago. I don't know. It was a while ago. The Annoying Orange, it was like something like that, right? Was I not in high school when that was a thing? And what, you're in high school at 14 or something like that? Or the end of it? And I'm 35 now, so that's 20 years. I have no idea, to be honest. But time is very deceptive for me. I have no idea what's going on. It might have been less, but... He is so green. Veggies would love him. I just don't like the transit. It's the hardest thing to do is the transitions between this and that, because you gotta have like... The other thing to remember is they may look crazy to you guys on the camera, but then like when you put them on a regular table that's not lit up like crazy, they don't look like... If I painted them what looks normal under, 2 inches from a lamp, and then you put them on a regular like table or a shelf that's not like super lit up, suddenly you realize that like you can't see anything. It's like super dark. So you have to go super extreme with like the highlights and the colors and the vibrancy to even get like what you would imagine something normal looking. Because it only looks crazy because I'm so close to the lamp and stuff, you know. That's part of the challenge too. Is I found that I kind of found out that hey, it like doesn't really. I can smell Mr. Ogg's salted garlic and onions all the way from here. Mr. Ogg. Oh, Augustus's? Oh. Because of his cooking, yeah. No, I mean, people who know how to cook, it's good. And, I guess I don't like to spend time on, like, one-time experiences. I don't want to spend, like, 4 hours cooking for, like, 20 minutes of, like, oh, I enjoyed that. I would, you know. To me, that's, like, I don't like that. But that's just the kind of person I am, so. Oh, there he is. There he is. The dog. Cover the light. Oh, he left. Never mind. I cannot get the light out of the frame. It's so crazy. Like, no matter what I do, the light is still there. Like, I have my arm over it, and it's still, like... Yeah, that kind of works right there. You're too young. Don't fight the light. You're too young. Baby Aries. We can't see the statue. I just had a 250 calzone from Aldi. Yeah, Aldi's pretty good. Wow. Have you ever had someone respond to your memes, but they ha-ha'd your memes way too quickly? I know he didn't look through them because he like ha-ha'd like one after the other. It's okay. I forgive. I forgive in I guess also I hate this angle of the lamp here. I hate this. I hate the angle of the I gotta move. I think I'm gonna have to move this table closer to me, even though I really don't want to. Table move. I think the. I missed hanging out here. And I missed painting drawing. Noise. Noise. That's what we want to hear. We call it as empanada here. We call it as empanada. Nice. Calzone sounds yummy though. Checking the pics. Did you put the pics in Yep Chat? I've had calzone before. I've never had a empanada yet. The empanada, but I've had a calzone from Pizza Hut. That's as close to that I've ever gotten. I think the issue is like I moved the lamp, right? And it changed the lighting to the where like I can't, it doesn't look like it did before for me. I feel like I've gotten this once really well before and never again. It's really hard. I'm getting a little flustered because I've been moving stuff around now for like half an hour and it still is like visually in the house. Good, sir. Good evening, sir. Sir, good evening, sir. Welcome. Welcome visually. I thought the lighting looks better today. The whole time, or just recently? And it doesn't do that AWB flicker. Has it been doing it? Is it doing it now? I've never noticed the flickering. Now I'm paranoid because I've never seen that, and now you're saying that you have seen it, which makes me think that everyone else has seen it and I just didn't know about it. Try to wave your hands in the background. I'm gonna check. Is it... Oh, you mean on that screen? Or... like on the little screen or the big screen? Big screen? Gotcha. Yeah, I never saw a flicker like, because I look over there a lot for just to check the. But if you're saying you saw it, then I guess maybe it's maybe your eyes can see it at a frame rate I can't see. Okay. 3 hours 25. Guys, I'm gonna keep streaming for those who want to keep watching, but I'm gonna go eat food really quick. I'm gonna go eat food and stuff like that, but I'm gonna keep the stream. I'm gonna make a little note. I'm gonna make a little notey note. And the reason I'm gonna keep streaming is because I'm just gonna paint minis until the army's done. No, I don't want to cover up the whole screen. That somehow. I need it to be on the screen, but not. Damn, it's harder than I thought to make a little note. It's got to stand up. That's the problem. People can see that, right? He's actually looking really good. Like, because of that white, it's like he looks better because he's the contrast and stuff. It smooths out the. Do that. Let's do this. See if that'll. That'll work right there. Oh, that actually looks like I meant to do that. It's sticking to me now. I can't. Oh well. Okay. Well, you guys know. It still does the AB flicker when the paper is in the frame. You guys are seeing flickering right now? A and B flicker? I literally don't see it. Have a good eat. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the stream. I'm gonna come back and stream. I want to eat. Dan, looks like I have on the B rep. Looks like I came on the B right back. We will be back though. We will be back. It is just a glimpse. The camera compensates. Oh, gotcha. I'm not seeing flick. Okay, I thought you meant like all the time. I'm like, damn, dude, that sucks. If it was there all the time, doesn't he look smooth? I think because of the paper. Right now, he looks so like so well painted right now. But he's painted like the gun. I think it's just like the contrast of the paper, like kind of changing the camera's whatever it's doing internally. That looks so like if it looked like that all the time, it would be just like an insane paint job. Like you got to think that head is like 4 millimeters. You know, it's like tiny pieces. It's hard to achieve that kind of, you know. Alright. The gun looks really freaking good. Thank you. Well, but you can kind of see the sloppiness a little bit compared to the head. The head looks immaculate right now. The gun, you can kind of see a little bit of like stuff that needs to be like patched up in terms of like visual stuff. All right, guys, I'm gonna turn off the mic. I'm gonna go eat. Alright, I'm gonna eat my hot dogs in front of you guys for the full stream experience, but then I'm gonna have to go get more food. Well, I just figured that it's better this way. You guys should see me when I eat. You know. Welcome back. I'm not fully back. I'm not fully back. And these hot dogs are like, they're definitely like, no, they're not the best. What kind of hot dogs? I don't even remember. They were on the cheaper side, for sure. But what you eating? It's just hot dogs, and then I have a chicken wing in the air fryer right now. So these are already cooked, but did I get any followers while I was gone? Maybe I'll start leaving my stream on when I go to sleep. See if I can catch some followers that way. You know what I mean? At least you're eating. True. There's people out there that don't eat or don't, you know. That is something to be grateful for. No, I'm being serious. These hot dogs don't taste that bad. I was kidding. They actually taste just like the expensive ones. Hot dags. Hot dags, yeah. Maybe that's what we should call our. We should open a hot dog stand or company. I gotta let my dog in really quick. Alrighty. Alrighty. We are almost fully back. I still have one more hot dog to consume. The dog will be upset if Boros is eating and he is not. Oh, I thought you were gonna make a hot dog joke because get it, hot dogs. I wonder how they got that name in there too, you know? And the fact that the dog community never protested calling food after themselves. One more hot dog? I guess we can take away the be right back sign. Since I'm temporarily back. At least for now. AI does not like to spell hot dags. You know, the other day I was trying to spell the name of a video game for somebody. It was Industria, and it kept correcting it to industry. And I'm like, I can see how AI can be annoying. I don't know if it was AI or what, if it was like AI guided spell check, or if it was just spell check. We don't know, but I feel like if it was AI, it's pretty good at picking up on what you're trying to say. I feel like it would know you know how sometimes you try to write the word closest to what you're trying to say, or like in the sentence, so it can guess better? You guys ever do that? That is good right there. Not the best, not the worst meal of all time. I still do have some coffee from this morning. That's good. That's good right there. I hate that. I wrap it on quotes. Sometimes it ignores it. Oh, it just corrects you. Like it just corrects your quotes too. Yeah, it can be annoying. I feel like my old phone before I went to this phone, like spell check was really good, or at least I had gotten used to it, to where like it was like for me it worked. But I don't know. Not sure if I should put yellow into this leather brown or more of a white. If I should go with a more, I think more vibrant kind of looks a little bit better. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of yellow. Coffee, yeah. If only I could just drink one cup. I wouldn't be a problem. Coffee wouldn't be an issue in my life if I could just drink one cup and stop. But I'm like a coffee holic, and once I start, oh, there's my helmet. Sorry, guys. I play a dangerous game. I need a helmet. Alrighty. Looks good, Horos. Bag it and tag it. Alrighty. Still got a little while to go before I finish this model. We could have all pitched in. So we can get you more of those toys, man. Have you set up a throne app yet? The throne app? No, I've never heard of that. Throne app? What the? Never heard of that. You don't. You don't. It's a wish list. Oh, nice. Yeah. So I can be reminded of things I can't have. No, I'm good. It's alright, guys. It's totally fine. The problem is too is like I kind of want to move on to the other stuff, doing other stuff. So once I get this thoroughly out of the way, you know. We could all pitch in, but I don't want to sound annoying, so I stopped bothering him about it. True. What's Nightbot? I think it's the thing. Nightbot is a thing on Twitch that like protects me from spam and stuff like that. Twitch bot that spews canned responses for fact. Oh, but doesn't it also does something else with like the stuff? I thought I did something with the spam kind of stuff. They got rid of a lot of that stuff too, but I could be wrong. I mean, aside from that, but yes, it is a multi-talented bot. Nice. Guys, the other day on Instagram, I get an offer to do like a magazine comic book strip thing or whatever. I said no. But it was I appreciate the offer though. Appreciate the offer. Yeah, it was like I'm not sure what company or they didn't we didn't go too far into it. But I appreciate the offer. Yeah, not like the whole magazine, but you know, do like I think it's like one. I think it would have been like one of those like magazine kind of like you have a cartoon in there in the magazine or something, but. Uh, should have grabbed the opportunity. Yeah, but I'm already working on stuff. Well, it will be work, but I guess you get exposure. If you don't want to do it, you should have made a ridiculous request for money. I was almost afraid that it would be like, oh no, this is for recognition. Like I was afraid they were gonna do that too. So I was just, I didn't even ask. Well, like I already have like 10,000 things going on, uh, I did appreciate that that was on the table. You know what I mean? But I think my talents need to be applied elsewhere. You know. Talk to my agent, then redirect them to Jipochi. Bro, that would have been the move. And then he could have talked me up and been like, you know, my client has a taste for the finer things in life, so the money has to be good for this project. What's that app you mentioned to stream over two apps? OBS. OBS, like you can do. You need to download that onto your computer. I don't think they have a phone version, and then you need to download some other app, like a third-party thing. First, if you're actually gonna set up your computer down in your basement and stream, first get OBS. Set that up, get that streaming, and then I'll look into what there's another thing you got to download that I forget the name of to let it do a multi-platform streaming to two things. Not really that important, but yeah. I'll just wait to get a PC one day. Yeah, you need a PC. You need a PC for just. There might be like an app on your phone. Like I would do research. I would ask around on the internet and see if there might be a multi-stream through your phone thing now. I wouldn't even be surprised if something like that not existed. It didn't exist. Just because it didn't exist a year ago when I started streaming doesn't mean like if you look into it now there might be a thing for that. But I kind of doubt it because most people who do stream end up going towards the computer side of things. I don't know. There might be something out there. You also don't need a super crazy computer. By the way, for streaming, you don't. It can't be total junk, but it's not a. This chains of destiny draw us together. You stand before Ahriman, choose your words wisely. Nice. But yeah, get a PC for sure. That definitely makes it like instant. Like you definitely know you can do it then. Because you started streaming pretty consistently, so I don't know. You might want to look into it since you're actually streaming a lot. Normally, I wouldn't recommend that, but if you're gonna stream every day, you might want to look into it. I would even say don't buy me those WarHammer figures you were gonna buy me. Or what was it you said you wanted to give me a few $1,000s? Well, you don't have to do that. Just get yourself a PC. Hey, you know what? Today almost gave in to actually buying a coffee from 7-Eleven, but it's $3. Instead, I can get 2 gallons of water. That makes yeah. Well, what I would do if I were you. your electric bill's already high, but maybe get a water distiller. That thing's been revolutionary for me. No more hauling water into the house constantly. That's the other thing they kind of don't tell you about is that the amount of water you have to haul every couple of weeks. Also, get that hard water issue. Thinking about getting something for that. When I was in Japan trip, I wished I bought instant coffee. I mean, I am fine buying it, but I had to get outside just to get coffee, and I have to get dressed and stuff. Oh, because in Japan they're like more strict about the clothes and stuff. That makes sense. They probably like to dress up a little bit better than... That's one thing I like about America. You can kind of leave your house and go in your pajamas to your, you know, local whatever. And it's not that big of a deal. I actually like our state in that sense. Like, you don't have to really, you know, as long as you're wearing pajamas or something. You won't believe it, today at Aldi, all the instant coffee jars were gone, sold out. Whoa. I wonder if that's for the... I wonder if they're expecting the prices to jump up or something. I got a banger song, Bull Dominion. Son of the dead son. Huh. A grumpy old guy at the art store has good quality canvas for sale. Might go get one more. Sans copyright. I found it via a girl playing Need for Speed. Part of our playlist. Is that like a song you wanted me play? Is your tap water actually fluorinated with fluoride? I believe so. And the argument for fluorination is that it helps your teeth, but it lowers your IQ. So there's a dilemma. Which maybe both are trying to be. Maybe both are good. I don't know. Anyway, I know there's a bill they were talking about where they canceled the. But the answer is yes. I'm pretty sure it is. We have fluoride in our water. And that, so. Future Oil, you live in the same state. Do we have fluorinated water? Coffee is their enema. They not be able to cheat. Oh. But yeah, I'm 90% sure that is true. Well, now I have the distiller, so I don't have to worry about it. Now, if you buy bottled water, that shouldn't have fluoride in it. In urban areas, 100% of water contains fluoride. Well, it wouldn't be in there if it wasn't super good for you. What the? Plus, you gotta think of the like somebody's making money, you don't want them to be poor, do you? They want to calcify your pineal gland, deny access to the divine? They want to calcify your pineal gland and deny access to the divine? Is that what it is? So it's not just one benefit, it's all of the above, right? Like think of it this way, like your pineal gland is calcified, someone is getting rich, you have low IQ so you don't think about it. It literally solves every issue. I don't know. I'm just trying to see the positive. There really is a crime. Yeah. It's okay to play it. I put It's okay to play it. I put it in music. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see. Huh. Sorry, commercials. This is I sometimes forget because I have to play. Hold on. Oh.
When the world fell, it wasn't fire that ruled.
I mean, I like it. It reminds me a little bit of like Serious Sam or something. It definitely makes me want to run with 2 rocket launchers. It's definitely a good song. I just have to be careful because I'm playing it on the YouTube, so if the next song starts that is bad or non-acceptable.
A sentence made flesh. He never runs. He never doubts. Everything that flees eventually breaks. Resistance is useless. The collapse is not dysfunction. It is obedience.
Nice. I did like it. I liked it a lot. It had a good tone to it too. It wasn't like super. It had a good like energy to it. It reminded me. It kind of like made me think of Serious Sam or something. Or something. Good for Doom? No, I think it's a little too. It's a little bit. In my opinion, that music, what I just heard, to me, it sounded a lot more like good for like a silly boomer shooter, like Serious Sam. I think Doom was a little bit more like heavy metal without the kind of the banjo-y kind of sound in the background. Like Doom is just straight like what's KMFDM? Reminds me of KMFDM. It was pretty short song. It was a pretty short, yeah. I feel like I've heard of KMFDM. What? Yeah, what is that? I feel like I've heard of that name, but I like to play Dota while listening to 5 songs from the Matrix soundtrack. Do you still play Dota to this day? Not that there's anything wrong with that. KMFDM are a famous German techno metal. What? And he doesn't know he's from there. What the? Yeah, I maybe I haven't heard of it. I feel like I've heard that name before, but I guess maybe not. Because outside of Rammstein, that's about where my knowledge of German music ends. Well, also yodeling. Yodeling came from Germany, right? They've had songs on Mortal Kombat and Bad. Oh, nice. That's like something nobody talks about is yodeling. Is yodeling like the German version of country music? Is that like something? Do the young kids, do they scoff at it and they're like, I don't. You know how people say they don't like country music? Is that like what yodeling is to Germany? KMFDM stands for the German phrase Kein Mehrheit für die Mitglied. Well, grammatically incorrect, it is roughly translated no pity for the majority. Aww. Yes. I still play StarCraft 2. I'll jump on StarCraft 2 like once a year when I just want to, and I'll play a game against the AI or two or something, but I'm not like yearning to play StarCraft anymore. Like I said, I think for me, I know what kind of game I want a bit. Like if I made an RTS, it would be StarCraft esque aesthetically, but it would not be against real human opponents. It would be like if you compared Helldivers to a shooter game, right? You never play against other people. You always play against factions. And that's how my game would be. Like you just set up a map that's randomized, and you get to have kind of a randomized challenge against a faction, if that makes sense. Like I want to make a Helldivers before RTS. And your faction, because your faction slowly gets stronger as you, right? Your little civilization gets stronger. Yodeling is more Switzerland, Austria. Oh. But in Bavaria has this tradition too a little bit. Oh, really? Well, what about... I thought it was... I always thought it was... I guess it makes sense that it would be like... StarCraft campaigns are like that. I also dislike the fact that PvP games end up being calibrated around 5 or 6 top players. Well, yeah. There is that issue. But the thing is, here's why I think RTS can't make a comeback. This is my theory, I have no idea. Is that most people my age who want to play... I still play RTS, but it's always against AI and it's always with a friend and we're like chatting and, you know, slowly dismantling the impossible AI, right? And that's what we do, and I'm like, what needs to happen is someone needs to make an RTS that focuses on that experience, where it is nobody wants to play these like super intense 1v1 where it's like super cracked out like gameplay. People want like a more of a casual experience, I think. They still want to play RTSs. I just think it needs to be reformatted into a thing where you get in on the map with your buddy and you guys are pushing through a map, you know, and the AI gets stronger and you guys try to beat it and you push through and you win and maybe you unlock a skin or you get like some sort of a point to put into your civilizational progress, and then you do more missions, right? You get whatever kind of points, right? Maybe when you defeat the enemy it drops like some kind of loot, right? Some kind of loot, basically, and then you know you just keep doing that. Like that's what the game is. I think that would work. By the way, it's a joke. It's a joke. I'm playing with him. What was the joke? The name of the German band song, or? There are 2 RTS games based on World War II. They are well loved. The only RTS World War II game I ever liked, well, Blitzkrieg. That was a good one. That's got a little bit of an older one. Blitzkrieg, and what's the other? Company of Heroes. Company of Heroes was a really good one. Ugh. The only thing that threw me off about Company of Heroes was they had like this... The way the units would shoot at each other was metaphorical, and the damage was kind of randomized, but it looked like they were because I was used to games like Ages of Empires where the units are actually shooting projectiles at units and they're taking health away at this mathematical pace. Whereas Company of Heroes had more of a randomized damage system where, you know, there's a little bit of luck involved, and the bullets weren't real, if that makes sense. They were just sort of there metaphorically. You just had to watch their health bar. And so, yeah. I love playing Men of War. Okay, I've never played that one. Yeah, I've always played Blitzkrieg and the Company of Heroes. Japanese, yodeling Japanese in leather trousers with blonde hair is cringe. Yodeling Japanese in leather trousers with blonde hair is cringe. I've never even seen that before. I cannot imagine a Japanese person with the, yeah, I don't know. That does seem odd. As I said, ask Augustus, does he think your sister is pretty? I sent him a pic in Discord and said it was your sister. Oh, like my sister or his sister? I don't get it. I don't have a sister, by the way, so. It's funny, everyone thought I did in high school. They would keep asking me, and I'm like, I don't have a sister. I think they thought some girl was my sister. That's too much culture, in my opinion. I was watching this like kind of a show about Japanese people like working regular jobs, and I will say, as an adult, like in hindsight, like looking back on it, like I was watching them do their jobs and like how well organized Japanese society is, and everyone seems like they're on top of their game. Like even garbage men. Not I don't mean to say it like that, but they're like into their jobs. Like they're, you know what I mean? Like everyone's not, they seem happy and everything's clean, and I'm just like, damn. I wish I had like, I wish like, because it's like, it's so culturally normal to like hate your job. You're in America, your job hates you and you hate your job, and you're both in opposition to each other's like your job is trying to kill you, and you want to leave your job. Like, that's what you're trying to do. Both of you are trying to make sure the other one... But in Japan, it seems like there's, like... Obviously, it was, like, a documentary. People are going to act it up. But still, it seemed very much like... I'm like, man, I wish I lived in that. Like, I wish I had that. I wish there wasn't such a cultural disdain for Japanese really like traditional German way of life. They have built German villages in Japan. Interesting. It kind of makes sense since you guys were allied. Makes sense. Hello, gorgeous gals. Thank you, Jen Jen. Thank you. Beautiful Russian girl. I said your sister who wants to crop top. It's beautiful out today. It is beautiful. It is beautiful out today. Where are we at? 20 Celsius? Yeah. Hey, if we could just stay around 20 Celsius all year round from now on, that'll be great. Thank you. They are trained at an early age. Primary school isn't graded there. They try to build skills and discipline. Right. Oh, the Japanese. Yeah, I hear they're like very strict on the kid. That is one thing. Like their whole like, they're not into letting their kids goof off. Like they are about it over there. The whole week it's raining here. Nice. Yeah, we had a lot of rain too. It's been appropriate amount of rain. Agreed. It's a summit, a ticket to IT, and request the weather to stay like this. Do you think it's possible to play card games online? Oh, like stream? Like on the stream? Yeah. Why would we'd have to have two decks of cards organized exactly the same, and then we wouldn't have any issues. That won't get confusing quickly. We need someone to deal the cards. We need someone. Well, I'm not sure how we would do that. I guess we could download a game we'd both be playing and somehow show it on screen, maybe? That's the only way I can think of, like, playing a card game without it being an absolute nightmare. Like, I'm sure there's games on Steam or something we could both buy or something. Future Whale says, I can't wait to see the first imaginary country built by AI. I think I know what that's gonna look like. Have you seen the movie The Matrix? You seen those towers underground where they harvest humans for electricity? That's how their first cities are gonna look. While they still need us. But, no. Did Future buy some WarHammer figures for you? I told him just to give me cash is fine. I think he was gonna spend. I said it's too expensive. Just give me the cash, and he said he'll give me the cash. My birthday is coming up, so you guys can start thinking on the. You guys can start thinking about. You know. By the way, just money is totally fine too. I don't want anyone to feel like you have to think about it. If you just want to give me money, that's totally fine. Don't overthink it. Thunderstorms and slimy capsule hotels with wires in the neck sounds like a dream for me. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, like. Think about this is how I this is sort of the AI city version I was thinking of. So you get off your 16-hour shift at the data plant, right? You go inside your capsule where it puts a VR on your head and it fills up with gel. Have you ever put that gel on your gums that numbs your teeth if you have a toothache before you get to the dentist? Well, the whole thing fills up with that. So it numbs your body with the VR headset. And that's how you sleep until your next shift. That's the future, I think. It doesn't sound, I mean, it sounds a little... Is it it was the birthday? Mine was yesterday. Oh, no, yeah, happy late birthday. I mean, we wished you an early birthday, but happy late birthday, too. We're very happy to see people. My last celebrating 16th mile. Thank you, Jinjin. Thank you, Yuri. There was no cake. I don't celebrate birthdays. Yeah, same. Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. I just kind of the year after the year 30. I would even say before then. It's all a wash from there. You know what I mean? It's really nice of Future to do that, isn't it? My last celebrating 16 years ago. Yeah, I feel like once you cross 30, you know, it's time to now, you know, if I needed to celebrate my birthday because there was gifts on the other end of that, then yeah, that's different. But I'm not just gonna celebrate my birthday alone. Wait, lying down, sitting will tear you up? The cake is a lie? Yeah. Then just brighten up that spot with a, you know what I mean? Just kind of have that shoulder pad kind of a little bit brighter at the top. I'm putting very translucent paint slowly, or yeah, very low opacity paint. Lots of water in there. Slowly take that middle spot and brighten it up. I think it's looking good. I think it's in a good spot right now. I still want that armor to be a little bit darker than the top of his head, so leaving it off right there is pretty good. He's starting to look really good. Like, I know I'm spending a lot of time on this guy, but he's starting to look really good. What the? I was watching pros playing Ages of Empire. Oh, me too. It was so insane. Competitive RTS is so crazy. Yeah, I wish there was an Ages of Empires 2 game I was watching, and they were playing it was like large map with like 6 or 8 players, and the whole thing was forest, or the whole thing was gold, or the whole thing was whatever, and like you just see how the game plays out with just like that, or the whole thing is just filled with relics. It was interesting to like watch that. I was watching pros lost your mind. I have decided to steer clear of rights and customs. I think I agree with that. I think mostly I have to, but that's more. It wasn't a conscious decision. That's just how I've always been. Not even anti anything. I just don't like care, you know. So it's not a anti kind of like I don't, you know, I'm not anti birthday parties. I just don't do them myself. But no, I'm not a hater of people who do want to do it, you know. That's from Portal? Yeah, the cake is a lie. Yeah. BB gang with, lost your mind. I have decided to steer clear. These crews really have childbearing hips. True. So true, yeah. Gotta go. BB gang with. I saw a pro playing against 4 noobs. The guy positioned a crossbow unit inside the city. They killed 780 units, so cool. I've always wanted to write a story about this. Nice. Uh, 780 kills is an announcement? True. True. Kamu welcome. I've always wanted to write a story about this. Look at this guy rocking out the guitar. But to be fair, by Ages of Empire standards, 780 kills is quite a bit. You skipped my message, it was Rome Total War. I thought you said it was Ages of Empires. What the? In Age of Empires, what shocked me the most was the scout rush. Guys winning the game with 3 scouts. Whoa. Yeah, I watched a bunch of crazy stuff with that, with regards to that. It does feel like Age of Empires is a little bit more of a... It's not as cracked out as StarCraft, so it's a little bit... You know, if... StarCraft is a little bit more like... I don't know, watching 2 wasps fight. Whereas Age of Empires is like watching 2 beetles. You know, it's a little bit more like laid back. I don't want to say laid back, but it's the wrong word for it. But yeah, I've seen crazy rushes where people like start building buildings inside of their base. And then putting their guys in the towers. Just squeezing them out. I remember we had that game, Alien vs. Predator, at my friend's house, like the early ones, not the new ones, but the early ones where you got to play as the Marine, and then the other guy could play as the alien, and I would play as the face hugger. Bro, the terror. The terror. My opponent eventually figured out that auto gun thing that aims for you, but until then... It was ugly, but it was cool. The figure has a very beautiful color scheme. It looks beautifully natural. Yeah, and it might seem oversaturated at points, right? It might seem a little bit oversaturated, but the thing is that that's only because there's a, you know, the camera, and then there's a light right next to it. You kind of have to paint it in mind with the idea that you're gonna end up putting this figure eventually on a shelf and or a gaming table where you're not gonna have a lamp 2 millimeters away from it, so it's not gonna look quite as like crazy bright as it does right now, or you know, the other models. It's going to look a lot more like you're just gonna be able to see it like a normal normal figure. So that's kind of the thing, is that you kind of have to get crazy with it a little bit in terms of the saturation, you know. Alien vs Predator arcade game was one that turned me into an addict. It was so good that everyone stopped to watch. It was my child's mind. It was a hero. I was a hero. Did you play or is that like a side scroller? Because if you're talking arcade, then we're talking about a different. I played the one where it was like a first person shooter. It was kind of like, that one was my favorite. Just because I would always be the alien, and I'd be like, hey, you go play as the Marine. I'm gonna toy with you the entire time. It was a side scroller. I know which game you're talking about. I remember it was very ugly game graphically, but it was terrifying. Well, did you think it was ugly for its time? Because I remember it being like, well, if you go look at it now, it looks horrific, but you know, it doesn't look good. Everything's I remember at the time I was like, yo, this is crazy. I guess if you make everything pitch black, then everything kind of looks good. I don't know. I thought it looked good for its time, because I remember it being kind of like, I don't know. I remember it being not the greatest game ever, you know. Like, we were playing that game around the time of like World of Warcraft, right? So it was like, man, this paint is like, the viscosity is too thick and I can't get it on here. I used to get frustrated with how bad and almost useless Space Marines' weapon was. Yeah, it was. Their basic rifle was just horrid. You were just a plaything for the aliens. But their autogun, the one, you know, their autogun was good. I thought it was too dark and choppy, but I played it. I need to go back and play it because I feel like I have fond memories of it. I thought the same thing about Resident Evil when it first came out 20 years later, though. I was like, WTF. Yeah. A game that I really liked, but I kind of went into it really late was Silent Hill 2. That game was really, really good, and I discovered it really, really late. That was a good game. And it looked pretty good for, even though I discovered it kind of late. Sometimes it's better to simply leave things in your memories. Right. It is weird how our brain like slowly edits our memories to like it turns everything into member berries, where you remember it with like the most fond, you know, this was the best thing ever. But if you look at it, if you look at things objectively, like not through like crazy prism, right, but like normal, like your normal eyes, the newer version of whatever the thing is that you're supposed to hate because the old thing was better was probably not better, but it certainly seems like it. I certainly felt like Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare 4, like I have such fond memories of that game compared to like the new titles. But when I went back and played them, it was clear the level of technological, even though Call of Duty seems like it hasn't changed at all since I was in high school, it actually like is like shockingly like I went back and I turned on, I think it was Call of Duty World at War, and the differences were shocking compared, you know. But it, you know, 2 is one of the best of the series. Yes. 4 was way too many bad, but I liked it. Which one was Room? I think. You know, I forget which Silent Hill it was, but it was like it was one of the Silent Hills where the camera was behind you, and it wasn't like the traditional camera. And there was like a lot of body damage stuff. They added like if you swung an axe at a creature, they would get like these 3D cuts in their bodies that look very realistic. And the combat was very, I want to say, bordering on action-y, but not quite to, like, it wasn't like action, but it was definitely not like traditional Silent Hill 2 combat where you're just doing like this. Like like it was a little bit more like there was definitely like dodging and attacking and parrying kind of stuff going on, you know, with limited ammunition. And the best weapons were like the knife, because you could stun lock him and you could kill any creature slowly, whereas the big weapons you had to really time them. Anyway, I think it was Coming Back Home or something. What was it? Was like Home Sweet Home or Coming Home, Homecoming, something like that. It was like Silent Hill, something like that. That was a really fun one. I like that one. Then there was another Silent Hill that I absolutely hated, and it was something like, man, I even the graphics were like worse. I tried to find it. I tried to find it one day, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a small American town, like mining town. Have you played Obscure? No, that sounds like a really obscure game. Get it? No, I haven't played Obscure. We have Alfredo Giulio Tercero. I love back in the 4th when crew had their own army list. Do you mean 4th edition? I'm not a very knowledgeable Warhammer person, so I just paint them and put them on shelves. I don't know anything about what edition, how it played. You know, these are from high school. Like my buddy bought these back in high school, and I was just like, fine, I'll paint them. Even though it's like, you guys can see, I've been here. This is 6 hours of or like almost 6 hours of progress right here. Like it's painting to this level. Not that this is the greatest level ever, but like even getting things, it looks crazy from. If you saw this in real life, I think you'd be shocked at how detailed it is. But with the camera zoomed in and stuff, you know. But anyway, it's very, very time consuming to do this. That's why I didn't want to. That's why I didn't want to do it. 4th edition, yeah. Tell me about the good old days. Like, what was up with the? I know people. I love the crew sculpt. I do think they're one of the better sculpted units. And this was back in the day when they did it like, now they just do Blender, right? They use Blender, and then they kind of have, the technology has moved along to where the action figures are so crazy looking and they're so detailed. And not that this is still in the same era of technological, but they're getting crazier now. Like the figures now look even more like the new ones coming out. There's like this big dreadnought Space Marine thing, and it's made out of like 62 pieces, you know, to get all that 3D in there. Because if you make a figure out of, if it's pressed resin, you know, the less pieces you have, the more you're gonna see those kind of tricks they have to do to make it look 3D, right? But the more pieces there are, the you know. Anyway, eventually, I think they're gonna end up just calling it a day and just 3D printing or something, because, or I don't know how 3D printing already hasn't affected the business model of you know, of these companies, because to me it seems like I'm surprised, like, you know, have you guys heard of Trench Crusade? Trench Crusade is a competitor. It's like smaller armies, it's like more like skirmish armies, and it's like sort of World War I Europe kind of / medieval vibe, Gothic, and they fight Satan, essentially. They fight armies of the devil or whatever, like demons. And it's got a really cool aesthetic to it. It's got like this World War I Europe, you know, kind of dread kind of thing going on. And I'm like, a lot of those, I feel like, what is stopping anyone from blending up new figurines? Like, why don't like 3D modelers just go, say, make their own models for their armies and then just kind of like make? I feel like it's Like, it's so much easier to do that than to make a game. You just make 3D models, you write some lore, you know, you get some... I know it's easier said than done, but I'm just really shocked at how slow the dethroning process of this franchise has been. Especially with 3D printing, I thought by now it would be like, just GG, well played. And I think that's gonna happen anyway. But it's gonna happen. I just don't, unless the, you know. But I think it's gonna happen. But just for some reason, Game Workshop is so good. They're like so good at being a company that they're like somehow. I don't know if they just sue people into oblivion. I don't know how they do it, but they like haven't been dethroned. They obviously understand what's going on, even though like technology is already like there to take like to steal the you know, the thunder from under them, you know, or whatever. Those are my thoughts on that. Not that I want that. I just don't understand how a company that sells you plastic toys can survive in a post 3D world. I just don't get it. Like, I like WarHammer, and you know, I do like the going to the store and you buy your little box, and you smell the box, and you pull out the little stickers and you put it on your car or whatever. You read the little codex or whatever. You know, you read the little lore as you like take them out and clip them and glue them. I like the experience of it. To be honest, a lot of people complain about having to assemble them. It reminds me of putting together like little tanks and stuff as a kid. So I really like the experience of like the whole thing. I like the whole thing, personally. But I still don't understand how they're still such a powerful company. Do you know if you can operate a 3D printer with a tablet? Is there software like ZBrush? For a tablet, I do not know. I would assume you need a PC. No, you need you just need a USB with the correct file format, as far as I know. And then you take your file, you stick it into the 3D printer. I don't know too much about it, but that's how I think it works. Unless you have it like directly connect Wi-Fi to your computer and then you just send the file that way. Like, I've heard people, like, it's kind of complicated because, like, little things can mess up your print, but also I've had people tell me that, like, once you get it, it's not, like, this super complicated thing. Like, 3D printing is not, but, you know, you have to... But, yeah, I don't know about tablets. To create, to create figurine? Yeah, I think you would. I mean, I'm sure there's like some kind of a 3D program on some tablet, but I would not. I like Blender. I like Blender because it's free and I like the way it works. I would recommend, I've always been a PC fanboy anyway. I cannot conceive of how people can go about their daily lives without having a monster PC. Like, I don't understand how do you waste your day all day? Like, what do people do? The non-PC people, like, how do you waste your day, you know? Blender's fine. Oh, I love Blender. Love Blender. I've heard good things about ZBrush though, but that's kind of an expensive, you know. Oh, you know what I found that was really cool? There's this program called Pepperuka, and you put a 3D model in there, and it gives you like this cutout. It like works that math. It works the math, and somehow figures out a way for like it gives you like the little shapes you cut out, and you bend them, and you glue together like a 3D figure. It's a Japanese program, obviously, because they're into that stuff, and it's like. But also, I bought like this. Like you know how some people make plastic tanks. Well, this is like you could make a tank like that with paper. It was a lot harder because it's paper, but you have to be very careful and stuff. But you make a tank and it looks so good. Like we just wouldn't believe that you can like make paper look like a tank, but it takes a lot of effort. I also did a bit of work with Blender during my retraining as a 2D, 3D visualizer for architecture and product design. Oh, nice. But mostly AutoCAD. Gotcha. Future says all done. No, we're not quite. No. That's the thing. That's the thing. We're not done. We're not done. The world is full of wonderful things. Unfortunately, one cannot do justice to them all. Hello. Yes. Yeah, yeah, there's a time limit on stuff. Which is problematic. I was watching a game of Alien vs. Predator. I have to admit, it's not as bad as I remembered. For its time, it was pretty decent. I guess my PC back then couldn't run that game properly. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I remember it looking pretty, not, you know, like, decent for its time. Not, like, mind-blowing or anything, but... An interview on the channel you recommended, the guy was saying he married a woman who became his art agent. I'm so jealous. That would be nice, yeah. That would be nice. Smart move, right? Dr. Pixon says hi. Considering your groundwater is fluoridated, you have quite a vivid imagination. Well, I wonder, the groundwater that's naturally in the ground, I don't think they fluorinate that. It's just they fluorinate it at the whatever the facility is where they treat the water. I imagine that they would add it. They would add some amounts of it there, not necessarily like just poison. You know, not necessarily the ground. Whatever water flows naturally under the ground. I don't think they do that. But like, I don't know. I don't. He was commenting that his wife was aggressively proactive. Like, I signed you up for 10 events and you're going. I don't even want to know that you have to paint 12 paintings in 3 months though. Well, that is better. That maybe that's what like how you gotta do it, right? It'd be nice if someone like could hold my hand like that and just be like, I'll just say you just draw like all day and I'll take care of the rest of it. That would be nice. Coolio says, "What's up?" It has been a lot with exams, so long time no. Oh yeah. How are you guys? We're just painting miniature models and talking about video games and whatever other stuff comes into the convo. Yeah, not a whole lot going on here. Very nice weather. It's weird how when I was younger I never noticed the weather. Now I super notice it. All I ever talk about. But you so you just doing the exams then? That's good. School's good. Although just the other day I was criticizing someone for still being in school. I'm like, what the? You guys gotta finish school faster than that. I finished back in the end of high school. School, my partner has a new job. So many new routines at home. Oh! Gotcha. Yeah, a new job can be super stressful. You don't know how things are gonna work. Hollow Rain. Wait, did you just call? No, this is WarHammer. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm off the screen. This is WarHammer. I'm just painting miniature minis today. Problem is like I don't know if I'm slow or if this is supposed to take 12 hours, but each one of these takes me like 12 hours. That's the big problem there with them. Even with extreme motivation, it's going to take quite a while. You're working with tiny brushes gonna be. You're working with a tiny brush is gonna be slow. True, but it's a tiny model. Like if I want the details on this model, I can't. You know, I would love to just dunk it in like a single color and call it a day. It's gonna have 100% coverage and everything, but I study engineering and actually don't have that much debt. It's about 35K. Will end with about 40K for a total of 3.5 years. Coolio says, hello there. Hollow, you have no chance. Nice. What's up, how are you? It looks great. Nice screens. Thank you. Yeah, I still get a lot of them to paint. Bro ain't gonna make it faster. Take your time, enjoy the true. But I do want to get like there is a part of me where I've cut everything else off so I can just get this army done. You know what I mean? Like there's a part of me where I'm like, okay, we need to just get it done. You can see the plates of color in the background. Those are my bottle caps, yeah. I use bottle caps to store my paint. Not store, but yeah. During the Second World War, fluoride was also used in concentration camps to make prisoners docile. I heard that, yeah, I heard that too, that fluoride was a World War II thing. I heard like originally I heard like that they were using it to make their own people docile. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they make their own people? The concentration camp stuff makes perfect sense. Is to just kind of numb out the receptors so they're just kind of more chill. That one makes sense to me. It's one of those things where people say stuff, but then like later you find, God only knows what happened. We have to go to bed here, see you guys. Alright, Dr. Pixon, thank you for stopping by. Bro, tomorrow my new tablet will arrive. I'm so hyped. Nice, man. Is it a drawing? Is it like a drawing tablet with a screen, or is it a drawing tablet where you have to hook it up to a computer? Let me tell you one thing. It's no coincidence that the Romans spent billions building aqueducts. Water, besides being clean, needs natural minerals. I heard that the Romans they did build the aqueducts, which is, by the way, very cool. That they like carried water through bridges, suspended in the air. Very, very Roman, right? And the engineering was good. But then I heard that the rich people, they had like lead pipes back then, so they slowly went insane because they poisoned themselves, and no one knew what was going on. See, I kind of think like we're not to get all like we're not about to, Augustus, we're not gonna go down this road, except I will a little bit for right now. I do feel like with like that example of like rich people, like the rich neighborhoods were getting sick because of lead poisoning and they didn't know at the time, and like I guess the rate, like the And this isn't like conspiracy theory. This is just like what we know now. They just went insane slowly. And then the marble tiles produced enough radiation, I guess, that people were having some bad effects from that. But again, how would you know that at the time that like having tiles that are like that, you know, back in the Roman days that had like the tiles of like slates of whatever. And anyway, I guess it produces a certain amount of radiation. I mean, if you sit in a room full of them, I guess like it's enough. Anyway, or something. But anyway, I kind of feel like now there's like we've expanded that problem times 100 with like stuff we put in the water, stuff we just throw away, like plastic. God only knows what all that does. And I think like this whole, you know, a lot of stuff is had. So it's kind of like probably the same. People are just going to slowly go insane from just their stuff leaking into the food supply and water and whatever. Damn expensive one though. Thank you. Nice. Yeah. XP Pen Artist Display 22 Pro 2nd gen. Nice, man. Very cool. Yeah, I hope you like it. I hope it serves your needs. This is only true if water stagnates in the lead. If there's a strong current of water, there's no problem. Well, that's what I was told. That's what I was told. That's what I was told. That's why they had like mental issues. That they were going insane because of that. We shall see, man, and if it arrives tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it arrives in good condition for you, man. I felt like because I have a Wacom tablet I was using for that kind of stuff, and I found out for myself that I didn't really need. There was nothing I really needed in terms of like, you know, just hook it up to the computer, look at the big screen, and just kind of. I didn't feel like I needed to buy a pad where I could see. Check something really quick. I still gotta fix that right there on this side. A little bit of paint. Oof. Oof. The blending suddenly doesn't look as good from that side. Looks really good there. But right here, you can see on the head and stuff. Needs a little bit more refinement. And right here kind of gets kind of bad. Right. Yuri, play dumb and don't give those miniatures back to your friend. They turned out great. Your friend won't even care. I think he's gonna care. And I want the money, to be honest. Because of like the hours that I need. I need the money. Laura, is your dog sleeping? Yeah, let me actually, you know what? Let me go check my dog. Because he has been kind of quiet for a while now. Let me go do a quick check on the dog. He's been suspiciously quiet. You have to go look at him. His friend is watching. He does sometimes. He'll pop in once in a while. He does watch. So here and there. He'll pop in. I won't tell you who it is. He's not here, unless he's watching silently. But. Yeah, the dog is fine. Any Kevin's? Nice. If that's the case, Yuri says that guy is just a crazy, annoying Brazilian who keeps bothering me on live streams. No, you're fine. We just need to control the conspiracy theory stuff. Just rein that in. Like 20%. Maybe like 40%. But no, I get it. Like it's all very important. Just me and my 8 average viewers, it can't solve these issues of the downfall of mankind. To reptilian Satanists, I just can't fight them all. I don't have the power. It's alright. I once played through Metal Gear Solid 4 with a friend, and we listened to the soundtrack from Rambo 1 while doing it. It was a blast. Nice. You should take a pic of those, post them on your Insta before you send them out. Or you should take a pic of these, post them on your Insta before you send them out. Oh, the figures? Well, I'm going to post them on, like, Facebook. Like, I'm going to post them and stuff. But not on like, my art channel or whatever. But they will be posted to like my Facebook or something like that, you know. Ideally, make a short 10-second vid. Yeah, the thing is that there's no reason to, because I'm not gonna keep doing it often enough. This is just a side thing I agreed to. So, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to build a thing. I don't want to do a thing around a thing that I'm not gonna try and expand on. You know, we're gonna finish them, call it a day. Get paid and ride into the sunset. Didn't even know you wore nail polish. I do it for you guys, but no, I just use my finger for to see how the paint is gonna land on there. But well, this figure's starting to shape up slowly. We're starting to like slowly get to where I want to be with this figure. I've seen Weekend at Bernie's Funny Poop. Busey Phallus? Is that how I say it? U7U? Busey Phallus? It doesn't matter, it's part of the artistic journey. You know, I did learn some things from painting miniature. I swear to God, as weird as that sounds, I do think there was some crossover and like I benefited from the miniature model stuff. Like it's you know, it doesn't seem like it would because you're painting a surface, but I do think there was like something that shifted. And my understanding sort of came to new realizations. At least that's what I believed at the time. I don't know. My last gig was 2001. Oh, music gigs? Like, to go to listen to? Yeah, I mean, I've only ever gone to one concert ever in my entire life. Because I was invited to go. and I haven't gone since. But I'm lame like that. I won't go to a concert. So it's kind of boring. I grew up with that movie. I went to college in San Diego and was a bunch of bands live. The best concert was the Toadies, the White Zombie, Pantera one day before Halloween at Point Loma, San Diego. At one hardcore metal gig, I saw a huge guy stage dive backwards. He was thinking the crowd would catch him. He slammed straight into the floor. Whoa. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. That whole jumping into the crowd thing, bro, I have zero trust in anyone catching me. Like, zero trust. People, I don't know, that's crazy to me. You know Smoke Blow? I don't know who that is. You guys had to pick him up and take him up out of the place. Yeah. He must have hit his head on the floor. Yeah. That's crazy. Sounds painful. Yeah. His eyes were rolling back. Oh, for sure. Yeah, you don't want to. That's why you don't jump backwards off a stage hoping people will catch you. That's a crazy gamble. Especially like there's not like it's not like on the other side is there's maybe like something in it for you. It's like it only either is gonna work and or it won't, and then you know now you have brain damage. So. I gave the bassist a high five as he drove by in his SUV after the show. It was even written about in Metal Magazine review of the gig the following week. Had trauma's no joke. Yeah. Have you? Do you have good taste in band? I love the Zombie. Godsmack. Godsmack had a couple. They had a good couple tracks. I like Godsmack. Like a couple of their songs. I discovered it when I first came to America. It was like, it was in at the time. There was a couple of bands like that. You know what's the other? The one I kind of like some of his songs is who's the guy who did that one song, the Burn Through the Witches and Slam Through the Witches or whatever. Rob Zombie. He has a couple of good ones. The mini looks great, man. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, we're working on him. We're slowly getting there. I think I need to fix some stuff. I need to fix up a little bit, but we're slowly getting there. It's weird. I think that part of the issue of why it's taking so long is because like I've gotten better at painting, and so like it just takes longer to do it. In those little lids where you keep the paint, there's a piece of wet paper underneath, right? Wet piece of wet paper underneath. No, it's just they're on cardboard. I have a paper towel over here that I use to get rid of some of the paint sometimes, depending on like what I'm doing, though. I'm not a big believer in the wet paper. I don't know. I kind of just get rid of the wetness, the extra wetness on my nail. Like I do the paper towel, then I do nail, and I'm like, okay, if that makes sense. Trying to learn acrylic. Yeah, I know people. I tried wet palette. It didn't work for me. I'm just not smart enough for it, I think, or something. I just couldn't put the dots together, and like I tried. Like it's just I tried doing the wet palette, and I just couldn't make because you'd get the consistency you need, but you have such a small batch of it that you need to keep reconsisting it, and I just wasn't good at it. That's why I like to have a little pot where I say I know that I have a little pot of that mix. If that makes sense. What happens when you finish painting? Do you throw everything away? Like the models, yeah. I just like when I finish painting the WarHammer armies, I just throw them in the garbage. It's like, oh, these are done. Moving on. No, the little caps, they usually dry out. Like unless I have a crap load of paint, then I'll like pour more water in there and like just put some tape over it, and then it'll like kind of last till next day. Um, if that's what you mean. I think that's what you mean. '90s was the best time. I don't know the context of what you guys are saying, but I agree. I think '90s were actually like a pretty good time. I was only yet a child, but still. Of course, that's what I mean. Nice. Fun. Bang, move. Alright, I'm gonna paint that rifle really quick. It's gonna be rough. I listen to Heavy Grudge, Alice in Chains, Nirvana early stuff. AC/DC vibes. I like AC/DC. When you do that thing of putting water in and covering it with tape, have you tested how long it lasts? Honestly, not really, but I remember being surprised that like, uh, it's not like a super solution, but like if you know you're gonna get to it in like a day or two, then that'll work probably. It's definitely like kind of like, to be honest, 99% of the time I just let them dry out or do whatever. Oh, I have a story. You guys are gonna like this. I had a fly in here, right? And it was so weird. It like landed inside of my bottle caps, and it didn't fly away. Like I couldn't shoot away. You know how flies want to get away from you? I couldn't shoot away, and I resisted the urge to just kill it. And so I put a thing on top of a cap, and then I took it outside and let the fly out. And I feel like, you know, I could have. It would have been a lot easier just to kill the fly, but I think I did the right thing. I don't know. It was almost like I almost knew that I'm going to be judged by you know how I hate flies. I really do. I hate them. And normally I kill them like instantaneously, like zero mercy, but I felt like it flew inside of a bottle cap. It wouldn't fly away. I'm like, this has to be God testing me. Like it has, like this will be brought up later when I die, because like there's no way, like there's no way, because it's like there's no reason to kill this fly. It's not leaving, and it's like in an easily transportable thing, right? Like so I covered it up and I took it outside because I'm like, dude, there's no way. This is God testing me. So yeah, normally like if it's a normal fly and it's bothering me, I'll kill it. But if it's going to be like, please carry me outside, and it makes it easy for me, then I will. Like if a spider was like got on a napkin and it's like, hey, can you pick me up and take me outside? I need to go do my business. 100%. Right? So like I need, like I'm like, dude, there's no like, because when does a fly not fly away? Right? Like I've never seen a fly behave that way. It was too weird. I'm like, this has to be a test. Like the universe is testing my willingness to be a good person. So I'm like, all right, if you're gonna sit there in a bottle cap, I'll take you outside. The fly was probably on the verge of death from all day. Yeah, just senile. Apparently there's a new Hellraiser movie. YouTube is recommending scenes. Nice. Yeah, I thought the first one was terrifying. I thought the first, or like when I was a kid and I saw pieces of that movie, I thought I'm like, yo, it's a little bit too much for me. I don't think those movies were for little kids, so. My parents were crazy. I saw all that crap when I was 10 years old. Well, it was like, yeah, like I saw it because like I would be like, hey, can I go watch TV? And that's when like when I was a kid in Belarus, that's when like the American movies were starting to like kind of make it into the on just to normal television after 10 or whatever, and I'd be like, let me go watch TV, and then I'd be flipping through the channels and it'd have something like that on. Well, I don't know if I saw Hellraiser, but even if it was after that, it was still kind of intense. But no, I think I don't know. But anyway, it was very it's sort of like, it just was like sort of lack of supervision is how I got away with watching stuff like that. I was definitely glad at the time that I got to watch like RoboCop. Like, I don't know if I agree with it now, if all that stuff is good for you to watch as a kid, but like at the time I was like, please let me watch this unsupervised. Like, please don't come in here and see me watching this robot blast, like, yeah, blasting people into smithereens. I will never forget watching Pet Sematary when I was 7 years old. Pet Sematary. I don't remember that one. Oh, there was also a slew of like movies from the 80s about like little dolls killing, like not Chucky, but like it was some other ones, like Gremlins. Not I know those aren't dolls, but like Gremlins, Critters. There was I guess that's kind of in the same energy. And then the doll movies, I hated them with a burning passion. Like they were just utterly terrifying, especially like, yeah, I just hate dolls to this day. And they had like a bunch of those, like, I don't know, dolls come alive and kill people movies, and just those are. Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts, apparitions, and demons? Well, I've kind of talked about my beliefs loosely. I'm sort of a simulationist sympathizer, so like I've never had any kind of religious or like ghost experience, nothing like that. I just think sometimes like things get shown to people to kind of, you know, get them to, so like no, but yes, but not for the reasons you believe it, like not from a religious standpoint, kind of like I think it's just sort of like being tested, but sort of a thing. It sort of like correlates, but in a different way. But so I had something like that happen last week. There was a spider in my apartment, and I thought to myself, unfortunately, I can't give it a fly. That would be murder. No, come on. Wait, hold on. But okay, so if it's murder to give a fly, but I can give it some water, so I filled a cap with water, set it down. I started. But it can't survive off it. The spider has to murder though. Like it's inherently needs flies. And I'm not saying you should put a fly in there or not, but like I'm just trying to, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to connect the dots. Like I you guys know, I've already expressed my views on like meat eating and like that. I firmly believe that we're humans are carnivores, but biologically, and it's sort of one of those things where it's super sad to kill a cow, but the issue is like when you do modern farming with like combines and chemicals and stuff, you kill 25 times more sentient life than you do if you have a livestock. Fact. And I think eating red meat is primarily what humans should be eating. So it's one of those things where I'm just like, I hate to say it's just how the cookie crumbles, because I don't want to seem insensitive towards death and like oh, we're gonna eat the cows because they're weak, like we just have the right to. It's just how it worked out biologically. Unfortunately, if it was possible to eat vegetables, like just to be like eat fruit and eat whatever and eat less sentient life like crickets and be healthy, I absolutely do it for the cause of bettering whatever. But I just think we'll get unhealthy and get sick and die long term. So it's sort of like the spider and the fly thing. I'm just like, it's irrelevant if I give it a fly or not. It's just, and the fly will make a million more flies. Like the next second there's water and sunlight available, I don't know. It's just, that's kind of my thoughts on it. It's like, if we get to a Star Trek level technologically and we can just 3D print meat, I don't mean like the way Bill Gates wants that. I mean like really healthy meat, not fake meat that'll kill you. Then we should do that. But until then, that's just how. There's no way to not kill a bunch of animals. Even when you do vegetarian stuff, it's just the amount of sentient life you kill through modern farming methods is just insane. If you want to do an experiment, hang a dead animal on the line, I'll do that. I'll do that tomorrow. But I'll do that the next time I have a chance. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. More like 1 billion. I'm trying to stay neutral. A woodlouse was even walking around near her burrow earlier. I left that alone too after all. The spider has to live too. Right. And I'm not saying you should intervene in that, right? Because we all have to eat or whatever. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but unfortunately, it's just like that's just how it is, The game got set up that way for us to eat, so. Event Horizon is quality. I saw Event Horizon a while back. I actually watched it twice for some reason, but I was kind of neutral for it, to be honest. Like I thought Event Horizon was not bad, but Augusta says flies, bees, ants, termites are decomposers. Their reproduction, the reproduction of these animals is a force of nature. Right? Yeah. I also put flies outside. I took a vow back then, and since then I have refrained from killing living beings. Right. You're trying to do your best not to kill living. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Respect. I work outside and I do what I can to avoid unnecessary death of non-human entities. What about the human ones? Astartes, and they shall No Fear is the best ever. Hmm. Yeah, guys, I'm not like stepping on anthills or whatever. I'm just saying, but you know. I also put I think as long as an entity is itself aware insofar as to preserve oneself, then it is intelligent, concordant with what is necessary for that species to fit into its niche. We have canines, like red meat, but good salad is right on too. We have well, the tooth structure isn't really sort of how I would define the species appropriate thing. The oh eels, come here. Oh, you good boy. Oh, yeah, good boy. The thing I would say about the canines is you have gorillas that have fangs and they're herbivores. So I would look at the stomach structure. If you look at all of the hunting animals like wolves and tigers and lions, they all have very simple, bag tube style stomachs that all hunters have. And when you have creatures that should eat leaves, they have their stomachs have fermentation pockets and things of that nature. We don't have that. It's pretty clear by our stomach that we are red meat or whatever meat eating species. Because the tooth structure is just a matter of whether that animal fights with its face or not. Like gorillas have fangs, they're herbivores, right? So I wouldn't, I would look at the way the stomach is constructed for how you decide whether that creature what it should be eating. But So that's what I'm going off of. But yes, obviously humans can tolerate our great advantage is that we can go outside the meat to survive. That's why we survived, right? Is we can eat whatever roots and carrots and whatever potatoes to like get by. So things only acquire value when you attribute it to them. I think what you did is very good. I had a coat. Ew, come here, baby. Come here, baby. I had a co-worker with a PhD, and she hated flies and thought they serve no purpose. Oh, I'm sure they serve a purpose. I told her that they deal with refuse, and she said no, they don't. She didn't get what I was saying. Yeah, no, I'm sure they have a purpose. The world is already broken enough. We don't need to help it along. The penguin and the common fly are the only two indigenous species native to Antarctica. There's flies in Antarctica? The penguin and the common fly are the only two indigenous species? Really? Horses have fangs too. Horses? Yeah, deer and horses, if given the opportunity, will eat mice and rabbits and stuff like that. Deer will for sure. I'm not sure about horses, but deer will eat rabbits and stuff like that. Future historians will look back on this time period as in what the hell happened to these clowns. Right, yeah. There's a species of fanged deer too. That's crazy. Augustus said, I have to clean my desk and have a great night, Yuri. As always, your work is wonderful. Thank you. Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, we're getting up to that 5 p.m. I think I'm gonna go take a break and walk the dog, because the sun is starting to go down a little bit, and it's gonna start getting nice visually. The sun. So I've been on for like 7 hours. I think I'm gonna go to. It's a good time to go. My mind is starting to get unconcentrated, but so I'm gonna go and go walk the dog, have some coffee, and go in for round 2 for paint. Probably not gonna stream. I'm just gonna listen to podcasts or something. But yeah. Anyway. Something like that. But this guy is turning out really well. This guy is turning out awesome. This couple spots I had to get rid of the seam, fix the seam lines, which is something you don't want to do after you apply primer. But yeah, couple things like this line right here turned out really thick. I gotta fix these lines here. Can I tighten up the visuals on that? But overall, I think this guy's turning out like really pretty good. Like he's starting to look kind of close to like, you know, good. What the species is experiencing is what's called a punctuation event. The species is around 300,000 years old. We didn't have light bulbs until 150 years ago. The internet is 30 years old. Now AI quickly. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it does seem like we hit like this like infinite like it was like the Industrial Revolution, and then it was just like, and I hope that things get Star Trek-y and cool. You know, I joke about Starship Troopers and stuff, but like I really don't. You know, I don't want eternal war in space with bugs. Although maybe like a little bit, maybe just a little bit, but we'll just keep it to video games. What happens during punctuation event is that a species will diversify, and the ones left standing will fit into the result niche. H sapiens is the last standing of 10 versions of us. Nice. Yeah, I just let's hope we make it out of this AI thing. Let's hope it doesn't just get rid of the jobs and kill us, or whatever. But yeah, I know a lot of people are like kind of nervous about it. Like really, people, and they should be. I know people who have lost jobs due to AI. So we'll kind of see how it rolls out. It just seems like the upsetting things is it's like it's supposed to get Star Trek-y with AI, but it's getting to be like if you have capital, you have infinitely more power now. And if you're poor, good luck trying to make money. I'll send you more interesting stuff. Please do. Yeah, send me interesting stuff. I'll check it out. All right, guys, thank you. I'm going to go walk the dog. Y'all have a great rest of your day and all that. Love all of you. Bye. Thank you for the good combos. Thank you for the good combos.